Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The winter of 1894 had settled upon London like a familiar ghost, neither wholly present nor entirely gone. On this particular December afternoon, the fog rolled through the streets of the city with the patience of something that knew it would eventually claim everything. The lamplights, the rooftops, the very breath of those who wandered below. But within the rooms of 221B Baker Street there was warmth. Not the thin, urgent warmth of a fire hastily lit, but the deep, comfortable heat that comes from hours of burning coal, from gas lamps turned up just enough to cast the room in a gentle golden glow. It was the sort of afternoon that invited stillness. Sherlock Holmes stood by the window of his sitting room, violin tucked beneath his chin, the bow poised with the precision of a surgeon preparing an instrument. His eyes, sharp as ever, fixed upon some invisible point beyond the glass, not really seeing the fog-wrapped street below, but rather something within himself that only music could coax out. The afternoon light, thin and grey as it was, caught the edge of his cheekbone and the silvery threads that had begun to appear at his temples, markers of the hours spent in thought rather than in rest. He had decided quite deliberately to practice this afternoon. This was rare. Holmes did not often choose leisure with such intention. His violin was usually an instrument of restlessness, drawn from its case during moments of agitation, when his brilliant mind had exhausted itself upon a case and needed some other channel through which to pour its energy. But today there was no agitation. There was no case demanding his attention, no telegram from Scotland Yard, no desperate client ascending the stairs with a mystery clutched between trembling hands. There was only the quiet of Baker Street on a winter afternoon, and the peculiar luxury of choosing to play. He drew the bow across the strings, and the first notes emerged. A piece he had been considering for weeks. It was Mendelssohn, something gentle and contemplative, the sort of music that seemed to match the mood of the fog outside, and the peace that had, rather unexpectedly, settled within him. The melody began to unfold, each note a small meditation, each phrase a breath held and released. Dr. Watson, seated in the armchair nearest the fire, had been reading, or rather, attempting to read. His book lay open across his lap, but his attention had already drifted away from its pages some minutes ago. He had learned over the years of their association that there were certain rhythms to Holmes's moods. When the violin came out during the day, particularly when the day was quiet, it meant Holmes was in one of his rare contemplative states. Watson had learned to cherish these moments. They were infrequent enough to be precious, and they always seemed to settle something restless in his friend, even if Holmes would never admit to restlessness. The melody continued, weaving through the sitting room, curling around the furniture, seeming to become part of the very fabric of the afternoon. Watson found his eyes closing slightly, his mind drifting in that pleasant way that happens when one is warm and safe and listening to something beautiful. The fire crackled softly. The fog pressed against the windows. The violin sang. And then, something else. It was subtle at first, so subtle that Watson's mind almost didn't register it as an interruption. Just a thin, high-pitched whistling sound, somewhere beneath Holmes's melody, or perhaps running parallel to it, like a second voice that had not been invited to the conversation. It lasted only a moment, then faded, leaving the violin's melody to continue uninterrupted. Holmes's bow did not pause. If he had heard it, his playing gave no indication. The melody continued with the same measured pace, the same careful attention to every note. Watson waited, thinking perhaps he had imagined the sound, a trick of his ears, the fog somehow translating into noise, or some external sound from the street below filtering through the thick London winter. But it came again. This time the sound was longer, a thin, reedy whistle, almost melodic itself, but toneless, as if something mechanical had suddenly decided to sing. It wavered slightly, then strengthened, as if whatever was producing it had found its rhythm. It seemed to come from somewhere in the depths of the house, perhaps from below, or from one of the other rooms. A strange, persistent sound that had no natural explanation within Watson's catalogue of household noises. Holmes's bow slowed. The melody he had been playing reached a natural pause, and in that moment, the whistling sound became suddenly, unmistakably clear. It was not stopping. It was continuing, independent of the violin, as if it had no awareness that it was interrupting something as deliberately peaceful as Sherlock Holmes's afternoon violin practice. The bow lowered. Holmes turned, very slightly, his sharp eyes narrowing. He did not look at Watson, but rather seemed to be listening, his entire being focused on the sound, as if it were a text written in a language he intended to decipher. Watson sat forward in his chair, his book forgotten. The whistling continued, a thin and reedy thing, not unpleasant in itself, but decidedly unwelcome in its timing and its mystery. It seemed to come from multiple directions at once. The walls themselves might have been producing it, or perhaps the pipes that wound through the house carrying heat and water to the various rooms. It had a rhythmic quality to it, as if something was expanding and contracting, vibrating against itself in a steady hypnotic pattern. "Do you hear that?" Holmes asked, though it was not really a question. His voice was quiet, conversational, but there was something underneath it. That particular note of interest that Watson had learned to recognize over years of association. It was the sound of a puzzle, even if the puzzle was only a mysterious whistling during an otherwise ordinary afternoon. "I do," Watson replied, moving to set his book aside. "What do you make of it?" Holmes did not answer immediately. Instead, he moved to the window, tilting his head slightly, as if by changing his position relative to the sound, he might better understand its origin. The fog outside seemed to pulse with the light of the gas lamps below, creating a shimmering grey veil that made the world beyond the glass seem less like the London that Watson knew, and more like some dreamlike place, half real and half imagined. "It's coming from below," Holmes said, his voice still quiet but with that unmistakable edge of intensity. "The kitchen, I should think, or perhaps one of the passages leading to it." He set his violin aside on the mantelpiece, a gesture that was, in its own way, quite significant. Holmes did not set aside his violin lightly. He did not interrupt his playing unless something genuinely demanded his attention. And yet here it was, the violin abandoned mid-afternoon, and Holmes's mind was already working through the problem of the mysterious whistling. Watson rose from his chair and moved to join his friend at the window. The whistling continued, wavering slightly, then strengthening again. It was definitely coming from somewhere within the house, and definitely mechanical in nature. There was no question of it being human. But beyond that, its origin remained a mystery. "Shall we investigate?" Watson asked, already moving toward the door with the habit of years. He had learned that when Holmes became interested in something, even something as seemingly trivial as a mysterious sound, it was generally wise to participate rather than observe. "After a moment," Holmes said, still listening. His head was tilted in that characteristic pose that Watson knew well, the pose of absolute concentration. "I want to hear it a bit longer, to understand its nature." They stood together in the gathering dimness of the afternoon, listening to the strange whistling sound that continued from somewhere below, somewhere within the bowels of 221B Baker Street. Outside, London was sliding into evening, the day surrendering to the fog and the early winter darkness. The fire behind them crackled and shifted, sending new shadows across the room. And beneath it all, persistent and utterly inexplicable, was the thin, reedy whistle that had interrupted what might have been one of the rare, peaceful afternoons of Sherlock Holmes's life. The sound rose and fell with a rhythm that seemed almost deliberate, as if something was breathing, or as if the house itself had somehow developed a voice. It was not threatening precisely, but it was definitely not a sound that belonged to the ordinary symphony of a London townhouse in winter. There should have been the creak of floorboards, the rattle of windows, the distant sounds of the city outside. There should have been the ticking of clocks and the rustle of papers. There should have been Mrs. Hudson moving about her duties, or one of the servants attending to some household task. But this sound, this thin, high-pitched whistle, seemed to come from somewhere outside the normal vocabulary of domestic noise. Holmes turned from the window and Watson could see the familiar shift in his expression that meant his mind had already begun its work. The case, if it could be called that, had captured his interest. It was written there in the slight tension around his eyes, the way his fingers tapped once against his thigh, as if keeping time to some internal clock. "Come," Holmes said, moving toward the door that led to the stairs. "Let us follow this sound to its source. Mrs. Hudson may be in the kitchen, preparing the evening meal. If so, perhaps she's heard something that might illuminate this mystery." The two men descended the stairs of 221B, leaving the warm sitting room behind. The fog pressed against the lower windows, and the gas lamps cast their golden light through the murky darkness. The whistling continued, becoming slightly louder as they drew nearer to the kitchen, its source becoming marginally more definite with each step they took downward. The afternoon was darkening into something deeper, the fog outside thickening until it seemed almost solid against the glass. And within the house the mysterious sound continued its relentless song, a puzzle without a name, an intrusion without a clear origin. Neither Holmes nor Watson could have known, as they descended those stairs, that this simple whistling sound, this seemingly trivial interruption to an afternoon of music and peace, would lead them down pathways they had not anticipated. They could not have known that something as commonplace as a kettle's lid would set in motion a chain of revelations that would touch upon memory, family, and the nature of observation itself. But that is often the way of mysteries, whether great or small. They begin with something simple, something that might easily be ignored, and they grow from there, connecting one moment to another, one observation to another, until what seemed like a solitary puzzle becomes part of a much larger and more intricate design. The whistling continued as they reached the kitchen door. Holmes paused for just a moment, his hand upon the frame, listening intently to the sound as it emerged from somewhere within, that room, from somewhere among the kettles and pots, and the carefully ordered world of Mrs. Hudson's domestic domain. "Curious," he murmured, more to himself than to Watson. "Very curious indeed." And with that, Sherlock Holmes pushed open the door, and the light of the kitchen, warmer than the sitting room above and filled with the scent of coal smoke and tea, fell across them both. The mystery of the singing kettle was about to reveal its first, most obvious clue, but mysteries, as Holmes had learned across countless cases, are rarely as simple as their first clues suggest. The kitchen of 221B Baker Street was not a room that Sherlock Holmes visited often. There was no need for him to do so. Mrs. Hudson, their housekeeper, maintained it with a competence that required no interference or comment. The room existed in his mind as a functional space, one where tea was prepared and meals emerged, but it held no particular interest for him beyond the practical. And yet, as he and Watson crossed the threshold now, he found his eyes moving methodically across the space, cataloguing details with the same precision he would apply to a crime scene. The kitchen was warm, almost oppressively so after the measured temperature of the sitting room above. A large coal stove occupied one corner, its iron surface gleaming with recent polish, radiating heat in waves that seemed to shimmer in the air. The walls were lined with copper pots and pans, all hanging in neat rows, their surfaces reflecting the light of the gas lamps that had been lit against the gathering darkness outside. A long wooden table dominated the centre of the room, its surface scarred from years of use but impeccably clean. Shelves held jars of preserved fruits, dried herbs suspended from hooks, tins of tea arranged with the precision of a military formation. It was, in short, a room that spoke of order, competence, and the quiet authority of someone who understood that a well-maintained kitchen was the heart of a well-maintained household. But it was not the kitchen itself that demanded Holmes's attention. It was the sound. The whistling was louder here, more insistent, as if the walls themselves were channeling it directly into the space. Holmes tilted his head, his sharp features concentrating as he attempted to pinpoint its exact origin. Watson watched his friend's face, familiar with that particular expression of intensity, knowing that Holmes's mind was already spinning through possibilities and hypotheses. "There," Holmes said, pointing toward the stove. "The sound seems to emanate from that direction. Not the stove itself, I think, but something associated with it." On a metal trivet beside the stove sat a kettle. It was not a particularly remarkable kettle, made of dark iron, blackened by years of use, with a handle of worn wood and a spout that had been carefully polished. but it was the only object in that immediate vicinity, and as Holmes approached it, the whistling seemed to become fractionally louder, as if the kettle itself had noticed his attention and was preparing to explain itself. "Mrs. Hudson," Holmes called out, his voice carrying through the kitchen. "Are you about?" There came a rustling from somewhere deeper within the house, the servants' quarters perhaps, or the scullery beyond, and moments later Mrs. Hudson herself appeared. She was a woman of middle years, her face lined with the experience of decades spent managing the complex logistics of domestic service. Her apron was clean, her hair pulled back in the precise style that spoke of a woman who understood the importance of appearance and order. "Mr. Holmes," she said, noting the investigation already underway with the calm acceptance of someone who had lived long enough in 221B to know that mysteries could emerge at unexpected moments. "Is something amiss?" "That sound," Holmes said, gesturing toward the kettle. "The whistling. Have you heard of it?" "Why, yes, sir," Mrs. Hudson replied, moving into the kitchen with the automatic movements of someone returning to their domain. "It's been going on for some time now. I thought perhaps it might settle on its own, but it's been rather persistent. The kettle, I believe. Though I can't fathom why it should be making such a noise. It's been sitting there all afternoon, cooling after I used it for the mid-morning tea." Holmes approached the kettle with the deliberation of a scientist examining a rare specimen. He did not immediately touch it, but rather circled it slowly, his eyes moving across its surface, noting details that would have been invisible to anyone else. The angle of the spout, the condition of the handle, the wear patterns on the bottom where it had rested on the stove countless times. "The lid," he said, pointing with one finger. "There, do you see how it sits?" Watson moved closer, peering at the object in question. The kettle's lid was a simple, domed piece of iron, designed to fit snugly into the opening at the top of the kettle. To his untrained eye, it appeared to be sitting quite normally as a kettle's lid should sit, but Holmes was already examining it more closely, lifting it with surprising gentleness, then replacing it with equal care. "It is," he said quietly, "not sitting quite as snugly as it should. There is a slight gap, you see, between the lid and the rim of the kettle, and the lid itself," he tilted it slightly, examining the underside, "appears to be dented. A small dent, almost invisible unless one knows to look for it, but a dent nonetheless." "But surely that wouldn't cause—" Watson began, then stopped as the whistling sound surged slightly, as if in response to Holmes's manipulation of the kettle. "Wouldn't it?" Holmes replied, setting the lid back down with careful precision. "Consider physics, my dear Watson. The kettle was recently heated, filled with hot water. The metal would have expanded in response to the heat. As it cools, the metal contracts and the lid, which has been warped slightly by that dent, may not settle evenly. If there is air trapped within, and if that air is escaping through the small gap created by the warped lid and the cooling metal." He trailed off, moving away from the stove and toward a cupboard where various implements were stored. He retrieved a piece of cloth and a small brush, then returned to the kettle. With meticulous care, he began to examine the lid more thoroughly, using the brush to trace the outline of where the dent occurred. "You see here," he said, angling the lid so that both Watson and Mrs. Hudson could see the small depression in the metal. "This dent, however it came to be there, has created an imperfection in the seal. When heated, as I said, the metal expands. When cooling, it contracts. That creates a certain amount of turbulence, shall we say, in the air escaping from within. The result is that distinctive whistling sound." "But how did the dent come to be there?" Mrs. Hudson asked, her practical mind focused on the immediate cause. "I don't recall dropping it recently, and I'm generally careful with the kitchenware." Holmes turned the lid over in his hands, examining the dent from every possible angle. "The dent is relatively fresh," he said, his voice taking on that particular tone that indicated he was now conducting a more involved analysis. "No more than a week old, I should estimate. The metal around it shows no patina of oxidation, which it would have accumulated had the dent been older. So the question becomes, when did this kettle last suffer this particular trauma?" Watson found himself drawn into the investigation despite its seemingly mundane nature. There was something about watching Holmes apply his formidable intellect to even the most trivial of problems that was oddly compelling. "Could it have happened while it was in use?" he suggested. "Perhaps something struck it?" "Possible," Holmes conceded, "but unlikely. Such a dent would more probably result from a direct blow, or from the kettle being dropped or struck against something. Had it occurred during use, there would likely be additional damage. Unless, of course. He moved to the stove and examined the surrounding area with minute attention. The trivet upon which the kettle sat, the surface of the stove itself, the wall behind it. "There," he said finally, pointing to a small raised edge on the trivet. This could have caused such a dent if the kettle were set down with sufficient force. The trivet catches the rim of the lid just so, and if there were momentum behind the placement, the damage could occur precisely in the manner we observe. "But I've never been so careless," Mrs. Hudson protested, her pride in her household management clearly wounded by the suggestion. "I am not suggesting carelessness on your part, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said smoothly, moving back to examine the kettle once more. "But someone has used this kitchen since the dent was incurred. Perhaps one of the other servants, or perhaps a visitor." Mrs. Hudson's face scrunched in thought. "There was the new maid from the Thornbury household, actually. She came by a week or so ago looking for work. I gave her a cup of tea while we discussed possibilities. She may have used the kettle when I wasn't paying close attention, but surely she wouldn't have—" "The identity of the person responsible is less important than understanding how the dent came to be," Holmes interrupted gently. "What matters is that we now understand the source of the sound. The dent, the cooling kettle, the expansion and contraction of the metal, and the escape of air through an imperfect seal, all combine to produce that distinctive whistle." He replaced the lid once more and waited, listening as the sound continued its thin, reedy song. "Fascinating," he murmured. "The pitch is consistent, which suggests a steady rate of air escape. As the kettle cools further, the pitch will gradually lower, and the sound will eventually cease altogether once the kettle has reached room temperature and the metal has finished contracting." "So the mystery is solved then?" Watson asked, feeling somewhat deflated by the relatively straightforward explanation. "The immediate mystery is solved," Holmes corrected, turning to look at both Watson and Mrs. Hudson, with an expression that suggested his mind was already moving beyond the simple explanation. "We have identified the source of the sound. The cause is understood, a warped lid allowing air to escape from a cooling kettle, but that addresses only the most superficial aspect of the problem." "What do you mean?" Watson pressed, recognizing that tone in his friend's voice. It was the tone Holmes adopted when something about an apparently simple situation had begun to trouble him in a way that went beyond the surface. Holmes moved away from the stove, his hands clasped behind his back, his mind visibly working through something. "Consider, if you will, the sequence of events as we have determined them. The kettle was used for the mid-morning tea as Mrs. Hudson indicated. It was then set aside to cool, as is customary. But why would such a kettle, thoroughly cooled by afternoon, still be producing a sound? The cooling process would have been completed hours ago." "Perhaps Mrs. Hudson used it again more recently," Watson suggested. "Did you, Mrs. Hudson?" Holmes asked, without waiting for a direct answer. "Or did someone else use the kettle this afternoon?" Mrs. Hudson shook her head. "I haven't used it since this morning, sir. As for the afternoon, I've been in and out, attending to various tasks. But I don't recall using the kettle for anything since at least noon." "Yet the sound is clearly originating from a kettle that has been recently heated," Holmes mused. "Either Mrs. Hudson is mistaken about when the kettle was last used, or someone else has been using it without her knowledge, or—" "Or what?" Watson prompted. "Or," Holmes said slowly, moving back to the kettle and lifting it with both hands, testing its weight and temperature. "The kettle has been heating itself through some mechanism we have not yet identified." He was turning it carefully now, examining every aspect of it with the intensity of a man looking at a kettle for perhaps the first time, truly seeing it rather than simply observing it. The handle, worn from years of use. The spout, which had been soldered to the body at some point in its history. The bottom, flat and scarred from contact with countless hot surfaces. "Mrs. Hudson," he said, his voice taking on a particular quality that Watson recognized as the prelude to a more detailed interrogation. "This kettle, how long have you had it?" "Why, I believe it came to the house some years ago," Mrs. Hudson said, struggling to recall. "It was left behind, actually, by—" She paused, her face showing signs of effort as she dredged up an old memory. "By a guest who stayed here briefly, if I recall correctly. A lady. She left it on the shelf, saying it had sentimental value to her former home, but that she had no room for it in her new residence. She asked if I would care for it, and I've used it ever since." Holmes's expression shifted, becoming more thoughtful, more complicated than Watson had seen it in some time. "A lady," he repeated. "Did she leave a name? Any indication of her circumstances?" I'm afraid I don't quite remember, sir, Mrs. Hudson replied apologetically. It was several years ago, but she was a refined sort of person. Spoke well, seemed to have known you, or at least known of you. She visited only the once, But Holmes had already ceased to listen. He had turned back to the kettle, and the expression on his face was one that Watson knew well. It was the expression of a man whose mind was working through implications and connections that went far beyond the simple matter of a kettled lid and an afternoon whistling sound. "Leave it," Holmes said to Mrs. Hudson, setting the kettle down with unusual gentleness. "Leave the kettle as it is. Do not use it again until I have completed my examination." "Of course, sir," Mrs. Hudson replied, though her face showed clear confusion at this sudden shift in priorities. Holmes turned to Watson, and there was something in his eyes now, not quite disturbance, but something approaching it. "Come, Watson, we shall return to the sitting room. There is a matter I need to consider, and I think I shall require the comfort of the sitting room and a cup of tea to do so properly." As they climbed the stairs back to their rooms, leaving the kitchen and its mysterious kettle behind, Watson found himself watching his friend with the careful observation that long association had taught him. Something about the kettle had affected Holmes in a way that went beyond the intellectual puzzle of the whistling sound. There was something personal in his expression now, something that suggested this small domestic mystery might be connected to something far deeper in his past. The fog continued to press against the windows of Baker Street, and the kettle below continued to cool, its whistle gradually fading as the evening deepened around them. By the time they had settled into their chairs with fresh tea delivered by Mrs. Hudson, the sound had diminished to barely a whisper, and would soon fade to silence altogether. But something had shifted in the atmosphere of 221B Baker Street. The mystery of the singing kettle had revealed itself to be more than simply a matter of acoustics and metal imperfections. It had opened a door into something that Holmes had apparently left carefully closed, and Watson could only wait and watch as his friend struggled with whatever memories and implications that opening had disturbed. The afternoon had changed entirely. What had begun as a simple, almost amusing interruption to a peaceful day had transformed into something far more complex, something that involved memory, identity, and the peculiar ways in which the past insists upon making its presence known, often through the most unexpected and ordinary of domestic objects. The kettle sat in the kitchen below, growing cooler with each passing moment, its whistle fading into silence. And in the sitting room above, Sherlock Holmes sat in his chair, staring at the fire, his mind seemingly elsewhere entirely, leaving Watson to wonder what connection this simple kettle might have to the brilliant and complicated man with whom he had chosen to share his life. The evening had deepened into that particular quality of darkness that London in winter seemed to cultivate with deliberate precision. The fog outside had thickened further until it was nearly solid, pressing against the windows of 221B Baker Street like a living thing attempting entry. Gas lamps on the street below cast their golden light into the murk, creating halos of illumination that seemed to float rather than anchor themselves to anything real. The fire in the sitting room had burned down somewhat, and Holmes had not asked Mrs. Hudson to rebuild it. He seemed to prefer the dimness, the gradual fading of the day, as if the darkness itself provided some necessary context for the thoughts moving through his mind. Watson had settled back into his chair, his book still abandoned, and had learned through long years of association not to interrupt Holmes's silences. His friend was engaged in what Watson thought of as his deep thinking, that particular state in which Holmes seemed to remove himself from the ordinary world and retreat into some internal landscape where only he could navigate. The kettle sat downstairs cooling, its whistle having faded to nothing some time ago as the metal contracted and the air escaped completely. But Holmes's mind, Watson could see, was not cooling along with the kettle. If anything, his thoughts seemed to be heating, building in intensity, moving toward some internal crescendo that would eventually demand expression or action. It was perhaps 2 hours later when Holmes rose from his chair with sudden, decisive movement. "Come with me, Watson," he said, his voice carrying that peculiar quality that indicated a decision had been reached. "We are returning to the kitchen. There is something about that kettle that requires more thorough examination, and I find that darkness and time have clarified certain matters for me." They descended the stairs once more, moving through the dimly lit corridors of Baker Street with the ease of men intimately familiar with every step. The kitchen, when they entered it, was noticeably cooler than it had been in the afternoon. The coal stove still held some warmth, but it was fading, the day's heat departing as deliberately as the day itself had departed. The kettle sat exactly as they had left it, now completely cold to the touch. Holmes lifted it without hesitation, examining the lid with the same intense focus he had applied that afternoon, but now with an additional layer of concentration, as if some aspect of it had revealed itself to him during those hours of contemplation. "The dent," he said, running his finger along the rim where the imperfection occurred. "We established that it is recent, not more than a week old. But consider now the pattern of usage. Mrs. Hudson has stated that she has not used this kettle since mid-morning, yet the sound continued throughout the afternoon, suggesting repeated heating and cooling cycles." Watson watched as Holmes set the lid aside and examined the kettle's body itself, turning it slowly in the light of the gas lamp that illuminated the kitchen. "If you examine the interior," Holmes continued, his voice taking on that lecturing quality that Watson knew well, "you will note that there is residue here. Mineral deposits from repeated heating, but these deposits are not uniform. They are clustered more heavily in certain areas, suggesting that the kettle has been used far more recently than this morning." "Could someone else have used it?" Watson suggested. "One of the servants, perhaps, or a visitor." "Possibly," Holmes replied. "But observe, Mrs. Hudson is quite precise in her recollection. She would have noticed such use. No, I think the explanation is rather different, and far more interesting." He held the kettle up to the lamp, and as he tilted it, something became suddenly visible. A small piece of paper, tucked between the body of the kettle and the trivet on which it sat. Holmes's sharp eyes caught it immediately, and with careful movements he retrieved it. The paper was small, no larger than a visiting card, and it bore handwriting in a careful, elegant script. Watson moved closer, attempting to read the words, but Holmes held it to the light first, examining it before sharing its contents. "Listen carefully, Watson," Holmes said, his voice having taken on a quality of controlled emotion that Watson rarely heard. "For this changes everything about this small mystery." He read aloud, "Kept with love. Use it wisely. Remember that even the smallest sounds can carry meaning. M." The silence that followed was profound. Watson found himself uncertain how to respond, uncertain even what the message meant, but sensing in Holmes's reaction that it possessed far greater significance than the mere words on paper could convey. "Who is M?" Watson asked carefully. Holmes did not answer immediately. Instead, he set the kettle down with unusual gentleness, his hands moving with the care one might apply to something infinitely precious and fragile. The note he held for a moment longer, his eyes moving over the handwriting again and again, as if reading would somehow change what was written, or would reveal some hidden meaning beneath the visible words. "M," Holmes said at last, his voice barely above a whisper, "is an initial that belongs to someone from my past, someone whose importance I have spent considerable effort attempting to minimize or forget, with the result that I have succeeded in neither." He turned away, moving to look out the kitchen window into the foggy darkness beyond. "The kettle, Watson. That kettle was not left carelessly by a passing guest. It was left deliberately, with intention, and it has been hidden here all these years, waiting for a moment when I might finally be forced to remember not merely its existence, but what it represents." Watson found himself in the peculiar position of understanding very little, while somehow comprehending that Holmes was in the grip of genuine emotion, something that happened so rarely that Watson had learned to treat such moments with a particular kind of reverence. "Is this about Holmes's mother?" Watson ventured carefully, recalling Mrs. Hudson's earlier mention of a refined lady visitor. Holmes turned sharply at this, and for a moment his expression was raw, in a way that Watson had seldom witnessed. Then, carefully, like a man rebuilding walls that had temporarily crumbled, Holmes composed himself. "It is," he confirmed quietly, "though I did not recognize it immediately. The handwriting, once I had allowed myself to truly look at it, contains characteristics that are unmistakable, and the style of the note, the reference to sounds carrying meaning, is very much in her manner." He returned to the kettle, lifting the lid once more and examining it with new eyes. "The dent," he said softly. "I attributed it to careless handling, but I think now that I know its true origin, Someone has been using this kettle recently. Someone who has been in this kitchen, heating it, listening to it, allowing it to cool. Someone who wanted me to notice ultimately, because they left this note. But who? Watson pressed. If your mother left the kettle years ago, who would have used it recently and left this note? That, Holmes admitted, is what I must determine. But the pattern is becoming clear. The note is recent. The paper is not yellowed. The ink is not faded. Someone within the past week or two has deliberately placed this kettle here, where I would eventually discover it, and left instructions that I should use it wisely. He replaced the lid, and as if in response to this action, there came a soft whistle. Not the thin, reedy sound of cooling air escaping, but something almost musical, almost intentional, as if the kettle itself were responding to being remembered. The dent in the lid is not an accident, Watson, Holmes said, his voice now carrying a different quality, not uncertainty, but rather a kind of dawning realization. It is deliberate. Someone has warped this lid intentionally so that when it is heated it produces a sound. A signal, perhaps, or a reminder, a way of forcing attention through the ordinary means of domestic annoyance. Watson found himself struggling to follow the logical progression of Holmes's thoughts, but he grasped at the essential truth. Someone wished you to notice this kettle specifically. Yes, Holmes confirmed, and they have succeeded. I have noticed it. I have been forced to investigate it, and in doing so, I have been forced to acknowledge something about myself that I have spent considerable effort avoiding, that I'm capable of overlooking that which matters most because I choose to focus my attention elsewhere. He moved from the kitchen, the kettle left behind, and began to climb the stairs once more. Watson followed, uncertain but knowing that Holmes would explain when he was ready, and that pressing for immediate clarity would only build additional walls around his friend's already carefully guarded emotions. Back in the sitting room, Holmes returned to his chair, and the fire having burned to embers, he did not ask for it to be rebuilt. Instead, he sat in the dimness, the note held loosely in his hand, his eyes fixed on some invisible point that only he could perceive. The kettle was my mother's, Holmes began at last, his voice steady but thoughtful. She prized it for reasons that seemed entirely impractical to me. Sentimental, she would have called it, though I had other terms for such attachment to ordinary objects. When she left it with Mrs. Hudson all those years ago, I did not protest, but nor did I encourage her to remain. I was occupied with my work, with the cases that filled my days and nights. I was, in short, entirely consumed by my own pursuits, and far too preoccupied to pay proper attention to the mother who left me a reminder of her presence disguised as a humble cooking vessel. Watson listened, understanding that this confession was rare and precious, and that his role was simply to witness it, to provide the silent companionship that Holmes required. Someone, in recent days, Holmes continued, has chosen to remind me of this kettle. They have damaged it deliberately, so that its damage would force my attention. They have left a note, unsigned but unmistakable in its origin, and they have set it all in motion with such care, such precision, that I was forced to apply every faculty of observation and deduction, simply to understand what should have been obvious from the beginning, that I possess the capacity to overlook what matters most. He looked at Watson, and there was something in his expression that might have been gratitude, or might have been something equally complex and difficult to name. I have spent my life, Watson, devoted to the principle that observation and logic are the highest human faculties. I have trained myself to notice what others overlook, to see connections where others see only chaos, and yet, in applying these faculties so singularly, so obsessively, I have managed to overlook some of the most important matters in my own life. A kettle that whistles is remarkable only because it forces attention where attention has been refused. A mother's gift left behind is significant only because we choose, finally, to remember it. The sitting room was growing darker, the evening moving into true night. Outside, the fog had become so thick that even the lights of the street below seemed to struggle against its weight. The mystery of the singing kettle, Holmes said at last, is not truly about the dent in the lid or the mechanics of sound. It is about attention. It is about the ways in which we construct our lives so carefully, so precisely, that we sometimes fail to notice when those we love attempt to reach us through the most ordinary of domestic sounds. Watson found himself reaching for Holmes's shoulder, a gesture of companionship and understanding that did not require words, And in the dimness of the sitting room, with the kettle cooling in the kitchen below and the fog pressing against the windows, two men sat in the kind of silence that only comes when one has finally admitted a truth that has been waiting, patiently, to be acknowledged. Below stairs, the kettle sat cold and quiet, its whistle entirely gone now, its message delivered. The dent in its lid was still visible, still imperfect, still a record of the intentional damage that had forced attention where attention had been refused. And somewhere in London, beyond the fog, beyond the darkness, someone who had left that kettle and that note was perhaps waiting, wondering whether the message had finally been received, whether Sherlock Holmes, the man who could see everything except what was closest to him, had finally learned to truly observe. The evening deepened into night, and in the warmth of the fire's final embers, Watson understood that some mysteries were not meant to be solved through logic alone. Some mysteries required something far more difficult than observation. They required the willingness to feel, to remember, and to acknowledge that even the brightest minds could overlook the most essential things. The singing kettle had delivered its message. Now came the harder work, the work of truly listening not to the sound the kettle made, but to what the sound meant. And that, Watson sensed, would require more of Sherlock Holmes than any case ever had. The fog outside seemed to press closer, and the fire burned lower, and in the kitchen below, the kettle sat in darkness, its purpose fulfilled, its song already becoming a memory. The night had settled fully upon London by the time Holmes and Watson descended to the kitchen once more. Mrs. Hudson was preparing for bed. The servants' quarters would soon be locked, the house settling into that particular quality of stillness that comes when the working day has concluded and all the small domestic tasks have been completed. But when Holmes appeared at the kitchen doorway, there was something in his bearing that suggested this night was not yet finished, that there were conversations still to be had. "Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said quietly, entering the kitchen where the housekeeper was tidying the final remnants of the day's work. "I wonder if I might impose upon your time for a brief conversation. There is a matter regarding the kettle that requires clarification." Mrs. Hudson looked up from her work, surprise evident in her expression. Holmes very rarely initiated conversations of a personal nature with the household staff. But she was a woman of long experience, and she had learned not to question when Mr. Holmes had a need for something. "Of course, sir," she replied, setting down the cloth she had been using and moving to face him fully. "What is it you wish to know?" Holmes lifted the kettle from where it sat, and the action itself seemed to command attention. He turned it slowly in his hands, examining it as if seeing it for the first time, though Mrs. Hudson had watched him do this countless times over the course of the evening. "This kettle," Holmes began, his voice carrying that particular quality of careful precision that Watson recognised. "You indicated earlier that it was left here by a female visitor years ago, but I find that my recollection of this event is incomplete. I wonder if you might provide greater detail. Who the woman was, when precisely she visited, and what circumstances led to her leaving this object in your care?" Mrs. Hudson settled herself slowly, understanding that this would not be a brief inquiry. She folded her hands before her, and when she spoke, her voice carried the weight of someone recalling events that had remained stored in memory for a considerable time. "It was quite some years ago, Mr. Holmes," she began. "Perhaps 10 years or more, if I recall correctly. There was a lady, a very refined sort of lady, who came to visit you one afternoon. I remember her quite clearly, actually, because she had a particular manner about her, graceful, but also rather sad, if you take my meaning, as if she were carrying something difficult beneath a pleasant exterior." Holmes's hands stilled as they held the kettle, and Watson, observing from near the door, noted the sudden intensity with which his friend was attending to every word. "Did she give you her name?" Holmes asked. "She did, sir," Mrs. Hudson replied carefully, "though I confess that years have made it less clear in my memory than it once was. But there was something familiar about her features, particularly around the eyes. I thought at the time that she might be, well, that there might be some family connection, if you understand my meaning." The resemblance was quite striking, though I did not presume to remark upon it. A long silence stretched between them. Watson could see the conflict moving across Holmes's face, the struggle between his desire to press for information and his reluctance to revisit this particular portion of his past. "Continue," Holmes said at last, his voice barely audible. "She asked to see you, but you were out on a case," Mrs. Hudson continued. her eyes remaining fixed on Holmes with a kindness that spoke of her long years of service. She waited for perhaps an hour, sitting in the sitting room, quite composed, though I could see that the visit was costing her some effort. When you did not return, she asked to speak with me privately. She mentioned that she was leaving London, that circumstances required her to depart rather suddenly, and that she had brought something with her that she wished to leave in your care. The kettle, Holmes said, though it was not quite a question. Yes, sir, Mrs. Hudson confirmed. She explained that it had belonged to her for a very long time, that it held certain memories and significance that she valued highly. But she said that she could not take it with her, that the circumstances of her departure would not permit it. She asked if I would keep it here, in the kitchen, where it would be in daily use, rather than stored away in some cupboard. She said. Mrs. Hudson paused, clearly recalling the exact words with some difficulty. She said that objects have their own kind of life, and that this kettle deserved to be part of the household, to be used and valued, rather than abandoned. Watson found himself moved by the image this created. A woman who had cared enough about an object to ensure it remained not merely intact, but active, part of the living fabric of a household. Did she leave any message? Holmes pressed. Any indication of why she felt the need to visit, or any communication that was meant specifically for me? Mrs. Hudson's expression became thoughtful. She did, actually, sir, though not in words precisely. She wrote something on a small piece of paper. I remember her sitting at the kitchen table writing quite carefully. She folded it quite small and tucked it into the kettle, between the body and the trivet. She asked me to tell you, should you ever ask about the kettle, that what she had left would explain her reasons for leaving it behind. Holmes's grip on the kettle tightened very slightly, and Watson saw in his friend's face the echoes of emotions that were rarely permitted expression. And did you know her, Mrs. Hudson? Holmes asked. Did you have any sense of her identity beyond the fact that she was a refined lady visiting this household? Mrs. Hudson was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice had taken on a quality of gentle certainty. I believed then, and I believe now, sir, that she was someone to whom you were connected by ties of family, she said carefully. The resemblance about the eyes was too striking to be coincidental, and there was a particular quality of concern in her manner when she asked about you. Not as a case would inspire, but as a matter of genuine personal interest. If I may speak plainly, sir, I had the impression that this was a woman who cared deeply about your well-being and was troubled by some aspect of your life or your choices. Holmes turned away, moving to the window where the fog still pressed against the glass, reducing the world beyond to shadows and suggestion. She left no message for me directly, he asked, and there was something in his voice that suggested he already knew the answer, but needed to hear it confirmed. Only what was in the kettle, sir, Mrs. Hudson replied. She said that words sometimes failed to convey what needed to be conveyed, but that actions and objects sometimes could do so more clearly. She said that you would understand, when the time came, what the kettle meant. The kitchen was very quiet now, the only sound being the gentle ticking of the clock on the wall, marking the passage of time with mechanical precision. Outside, London was settling into the deep darkness of a winter night, the fog muffling even the distant sounds of the city. I should tell you something, Mrs. Hudson, Holmes said at last, turning back from the window. Something that may clarify the mystery surrounding this kettle, and the reasons for its importance. He moved back to the table and sat, gesturing for Mrs. Hudson to do the same. Watson remained standing, sensing that this conversation required a particular spatial arrangement, with Holmes and the housekeeper positioned to speak as equals, rather than master and servant. The woman who left this kettle, Holmes began carefully, was someone whom I did not appreciate adequately during her lifetime, someone whose presence in my life I did not fully acknowledge, and whose attempts to remain connected to me I, through my own choices and preoccupations, allowed to grow distant and eventually cease. The circumstances of her life were such that she was constrained in ways that I, with my focus entirely upon my work, failed to recognize or understand. Mrs. Hudson listened without interruption, her face carrying an expression of deep understanding. The note that I found in the kettle tonight, Holmes continued, suggests that she left London not through choice, but through necessity, and that she left this kettle as a means of maintaining a connection to this household, to this place that was somehow important to her. She arranged for it to be used daily, to be part of the ordinary rhythms of domestic life, so that her presence would be maintained even in her absence. "And has someone else arranged for its recent use?" Mrs. Hudson asked gently. "For the kettle to be heated repeatedly, so that it would eventually create the sound that forced your attention?" Holmes nodded slowly. "Someone has indeed. Someone who was familiar enough with the kettle's history to understand its significance, and who possessed knowledge of my habits and my character sufficient to recognize that I would require a dramatic reminder in order to acknowledge what I had allowed to fade from my active consciousness." "May I ask, sir," Mrs. Hudson ventured carefully, "whether this connects to the circumstances of your family?" For a moment Holmes did not answer. Then, with the effort of a man opening a door that he had kept carefully locked, he replied, "Yes, Mrs. Hudson. It concerns my mother and the ways in which I failed to maintain adequate connection with her before circumstances made such connection impossible." The admission hung in the air between them, and Watson found himself deeply moved by the courage it seemed to require for Holmes to speak those words aloud. "If I may be so bold, sir," Mrs. Hudson said quietly, "I think your mother would not have wished for you to carry guilt regarding this matter. The kettle itself speaks to her understanding of your nature. She did not leave you a letter filled with reproaches. She left you an object, a tool, if you will, that could be used daily, that could serve a purpose, and that could carry memory without demanding response. That seems to me the act of a woman who understood you and accepted you and wished to remain connected to you in a way that suited your particular character." Holmes looked at the housekeeper with an expression that was difficult to read, gratitude mixed with something more complex and painful. "You have been more perceptive than I gave you credit for, Mrs. Hudson," he said quietly. "You have been guardian of my mother's memory without my knowledge, maintaining her presence in this household through the simple act of using her kettle, valuing it as she wished it to be valued." "It was my honour to do so, sir," Mrs. Hudson replied, "and if I may say so, it seems to me that your mother's final gift to you has accomplished what she perhaps intended it to accomplish. It has forced you to stop and remember, to acknowledge what you had allowed to become distant. That is no small thing." Watson found himself profoundly affected by this exchange. In all his years of knowing Holmes, he had rarely witnessed his friend engage in such deeply personal conversation, and never with someone from outside his immediate circle of trust. And yet Mrs. Hudson, with her years of quiet service and her gentle wisdom, seemed to possess a kind of understanding that went beyond the usual boundaries of household hierarchy. "The dent in the kettle's lid," Holmes said, shifting slightly in his seat. "You mentioned that you noticed it some time ago. Do you have any knowledge of how it came to be there?" "I do, actually, sir," Mrs. Hudson replied. "There was a young woman who came to the kitchen perhaps a week or two ago. She was looking for work, and I gave her tea while we discussed her circumstances. She seemed a nervous sort, but pleasant enough. When she was leaving, I asked her to help me shift some things about, and it was while we were moving items that the kettle slipped from my hand slightly. It didn't fall completely, but it struck the edge of the trivet just so. I examined it afterward to ensure no damage had been done, but I found the dent and thought little of it at the time, merely another mark upon a kettle that has served this household for many years." "This young woman?" Holmes asked, his voice taking on that particular quality of focused attention. "Did she have any connection to your acquaintances? Any reason to be interested in this household specifically?" "She did mention, now that you ask, that she had previous employment in other households in the area," Mrs. Hudson recalled. "She seemed to know something of the reputation of Baker Street, and of yourself particularly. I thought nothing of it at the time, but given the circumstances, I wonder if perhaps she was not simply seeking work, but investigating something on behalf of someone else." Watson observed the change in Holmes's expression, the moment when the emotional revelation transformed into intellectual curiosity, when the man who had just admitted to long-suppressed feelings was replaced by the detective who saw connections and meanings beneath the surface of ordinary events. "This alters the nature of the puzzle somewhat," Holmes mused, his fingers steepled before him in that characteristic gesture that indicated active thinking. "If the dent was deliberately made as part of some larger plan, then someone has arranged not merely for the kettle to be brought to my attention, but for a specific series of events to occur that would force my investigation and ultimately my remembrance." "Someone who cared about you, sir," Mrs. Hudson suggested gently. "Someone who understood that you would require a puzzle to solve before you would allow yourself to feel what needed to be felt." Holmes rose from the table, and Watson saw in his friend's face the complexity of emotions that this conversation had stirred. regret and understanding mingled with gratitude and something that might have been the beginning of peace. "I am grateful for your patience with my questions, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, his formal tone marking a return to the usual structure of their relationship, though something had shifted irrevocably in the space between them, "and grateful for your years of service to this household, and to the memory of someone who was once important to me. I think I shall keep the kettle in the sitting room for the time being. It has earned a place there, and I find that I would prefer not to relegate it to the kitchen, where it might become merely an object of use, rather than an object of remembrance." "A very wise decision, sir," Mrs. Hudson replied, rising as well. "I believe that is what your mother would have wished." As Holmes and Watson left the kitchen and climbed once more to the sitting room, Watson found himself reflecting on the strange path that had led them from a simple afternoon disturbance to this moment of genuine emotional reckoning. The kettle, now repositioned to a place of honour on the mantelpiece of the sitting room, caught the light of the renewed fire and seemed to glow with a presence that went far beyond its simple physical existence. The fog continued to press against the windows and the night deepened around them. But within 221B Baker Street, something had shifted. The mystery of the singing kettle had revealed itself to be about far more than mechanisms and deduction. It was about memory, about the ways in which we carry those we love even when they are distant or gone, and about the possibility of redemption through simple acknowledgement of what has been overlooked. Holmes settled into his chair, and his eyes, when they finally rested, landed on the kettle, no longer a puzzle to be solved, but a connection to be honoured, a reminder that even the most brilliant minds could overlook what mattered most, and that sometimes it took something as ordinary as a whistling kettle to force such recognition. The night settled peacefully around them, and in the profound quiet that followed, Watson understood that his friend had been given a gift more precious than any case could offer, the gift of memory restored, of connection re-established, and of understanding that observation and deduction, while important, were not the highest faculties of the human heart. The remainder of that night found Holmes in the peculiar state of mind that Watson had come to recognise as the precursor to some significant intellectual breakthrough. He sat in his chair before the fire, the kettle now positioned on the mantelpiece above, catching the firelight in ways that seemed almost deliberate, as if the object itself was demanding attention. But it was not the kettle's physical presence that occupied Holmes's thoughts. Rather, it was the implications of its existence, the questions that Mrs. Hudson's revelations had awakened, and most particularly the matter of the young woman who had visited the kitchen a week or two prior. Watson, recognising the signs of deep intellectual activity, had settled into his own chair with a book, content to provide the companionable silence that Holmes seemed to require during such periods. The fire burned steadily, casting dancing shadows across the room, and the fog outside had begun to show signs of thinning as the night progressed toward its deepest hours. It was perhaps 2 hours into this quiet contemplation when Holmes suddenly rose from his chair with the abruptness of a man arriving at an important realization. "Watson," he said, his voice carrying that particular quality of urgent clarity that indicated a connection had been made. "I must ask you to recall a case from some weeks ago, a matter involving a missing necklace from a household in Belgravia. Do you remember?" Watson set down his book, summoning his recollection. "I do, vaguely. A jewelled piece of some significance, if I recall correctly. You seemed rather frustrated by the case, as I remember. You were unable to determine the method of theft, despite your usual brilliance." "Precisely," Holmes said, moving to the window and staring out into the pre-dawn darkness. "A case that should have yielded to logical deduction, and yet did not. The theft was clearly executed with knowledge of the household's routines, and yet every member of the household, every servant, every visitor was accounted for and investigated. The circumstances did not align with any conventional theory of theft." "What has this to do with the kettle?" Watson asked, beginning to follow the thread of Holmes's thoughts. "Everything," Holmes replied, turning from the window with an expression of dawning understanding. "Do you not see? The case presented itself as insoluble because I was missing a crucial piece of information that I dismissed because it seemed entirely unrelated to the matter at hand." He began to pace, a habit that always accompanied his most intense thinking. "The client in that case, the woman whose necklace was stolen, she mentioned quite in passing that she'd recently employed a new housemaid. This maid came recommended from another household, and seemed perfectly adequate in every way. I investigated her background thoroughly, found nothing suspicious, and dismissed her as a possible suspect. But I did not ask the crucial question. Where had this maid been employed previously? And, Watson prompted, understanding that Holmes was working toward a revelation. And, Holmes continued, moving now to his chemical apparatus, but seeming to have no actual purpose in doing so, merely needing the motion of his hands to accompany the motion of his thoughts. The maid had previously been employed in this very household, 221B Baker Street. She was here, Watson. She was in this kitchen. She would have had access to everything in this house, including conversations that might have revealed information about other households where she subsequently found employment. Watson felt the pieces beginning to align in his mind. You believe she used information gleaned from being here to facilitate the theft in Belgravia? More than that, Holmes said, his excitement now barely contained. I believe she was deliberately placed in that household. I believe someone wished for certain information to be obtained and used her as an instrument to that end. Someone who either knew her personally or had arranged matters through intermediaries. He moved to his desk and began searching through a pile of papers, his long fingers flicking through documents with practiced efficiency. There was something about the case that troubled me beyond the simple fact of the theft, Holmes continued as he searched. The necklace taken was not the most valuable piece in the household. It was significant, yes, but not the most precious, which means the theft was not motivated by simple greed, but by some more specific purpose. Someone wanted that particular necklace for reasons beyond its monetary value. And the kettle connects to this how, precisely? Watson asked, though he sensed he was close to understanding. The kettle connects through the young woman who damaged its lid, Holmes said, finally locating a particular document and holding it aloft. Mrs. Hudson mentioned that this woman seemed knowledgeable about Baker Street and my reputation. What if she was not seeking employment at all, but seeking to investigate this household? What if she was sent here deliberately, to observe, to report, to gather information? Watson's eyes widened with understanding. By whom? Who would have reason to investigate you in such a manner? Holmes returned to his chair, his expression now carrying the weight of full realization. By someone connected to the necklace theft. Someone who suspected that I might eventually connect the various threads of that case. Someone who wished to understand my methods, my household, my vulnerabilities. Someone who knew that this household contained an object of sentimental significance, the kettle, and who saw in that object the possibility of a reminder, a message, a way of reaching me through emotion rather than through logic. He opened the document he had retrieved, reading through its contents with rapid precision. Listen to this, Watson. The woman whose necklace was stolen, Mrs. Eleanor Thornbury of Belgrave Square, and the maid employed in her household, came from employment at a household in Bloomsbury. That household belonged to a gentleman with connections to import and export businesses, a man with known associations to certain criminal enterprises that have proven difficult to prosecute. A man who had reason to want information about you, Watson ventured. A man whose interests I have thwarted on more than one occasion, Holmes confirmed. A man intelligent enough to recognize that obtaining information about my methods might prove valuable for future enterprises. A man who would be capable of orchestrating something as complex as placing a spy in my household, while simultaneously arranging for an object of emotional significance to be brought to my attention. Holmes stood again, but this time his movement was more purposeful, less the restless pacing of active thought, and more the decisive action of a man who had reached conclusions and was preparing to act upon them. The young woman who visited Mrs. Hudson, who damaged the kettle's lid deliberately. This woman was not merely gathering information for her employer, Holmes said. She was delivering a message. Someone wished for me to remember, to feel, to lower my guard through the very act of facing emotional truth, and in doing so, that same someone arranged for a piece of their plan to become visible. The damaged kettle, the note, the entire elaborate construction designed to force my attention inward rather than outward. But why? Watson asked. Why would someone go to such lengths simply to make you remember your mother? Holmes moved to the window once more, and in the pre-dawn darkness his reflection seemed particularly sharp, particularly vulnerable. Because, he said quietly, someone understood that I am most dangerous when I am emotionally balanced, when my brilliant faculties are not consumed by regret or obsession with work. Someone sought to unbalance me, to render me unstable, to make me preoccupied with personal matters so that I would be unable to focus on their activities. And they succeeded, Watson. For weeks now, they have succeeded, because I have been unable to bring my full attention to the case of the Belgravia necklace, distracted as I was by my work on other matters. The revelation hung between them, the terrible elegance of the plan suddenly becoming apparent. Holmes's greatest strength, his capacity for total intellectual focus, was also his greatest weakness when that focus could be deliberately diverted or prevented. An enemy who understood this would naturally seek to exploit it. But now, Watson asked, now that you have recalled the case, now that you have made the connection. Now, Holmes said, his voice taking on the controlled intensity of a man who had understood not merely what had happened, but what must happen next. We must return to the investigation of the Belgravia theft with the full knowledge we have been denied until now. The young woman who came here, who damaged the kettle deliberately, she left a path for us to follow. Someone wished for us to discover this connection, and that suggests that whatever was truly at stake in the theft has either been resolved or has become vulnerable to exposure. He moved toward the desk and began gathering the papers pertinent to the case, his movements now filled with renewed purpose. The puzzle is not truly about the kettle, you understand. The kettle was merely the means by which we were forced to remember, forced to acknowledge, forced to feel. The real puzzle concerns the theft itself, the true motivation behind it, and the identity of whoever orchestrated such an elaborate scheme. Watson rose from his chair, energized by the return of Holmes's full intellectual faculties. "What would you have me do?" "Prepare yourself for travel," Holmes replied. "We shall need to visit Belgrave Square in the morning. There are questions that require answering, connections that must be verified, and a trail that may still be warm enough to follow. But first, we must rest. The puzzle is complex, and tomorrow will require all our faculties at their peak." As the first light of dawn began to touch the windows of 221B Baker Street, Holmes finally turned his attention back to the kettle on the mantelpiece. He regarded it with an expression that was difficult to read, gratitude mixed with something more complex and painful, understanding mixed with regret. "Your mother's gift," Watson said quietly, observing his friend's expression, "has led to the solving of a great puzzle." "Yes," Holmes agreed, "but in a manner she could never have intended. She left the kettle hoping to maintain connection, to remind me of what I had allowed to become distant. Instead, her gift has become the instrument through which an enemy delivered their message. How strange it is, Watson, that even our most intimate objects, our most precious connections can be transformed by the intentions of others into instruments of manipulation and control." "But you have seen through the manipulation," Watson pointed out. "You have understood the true nature of the scheme. Surely that gives you an advantage." "Yes," Holmes said, "but at what cost? An enemy has penetrated this household, has learned our rhythms and our vulnerabilities. An enemy has demonstrated that even my deepest feelings, my most carefully guarded emotions can be weaponized against me. That is a sobering realization, Watson, and not one I relish." The first rays of true sunlight were beginning to cut through the fog as Holmes and Watson prepared to rest before the day's investigations. The kettle sat on the mantelpiece, no longer a mysterious source of sound, but transformed now into something far more complex, a symbol of how the personal and professional, the emotional and the logical, could intersect in ways that neither could predict or fully control. The mystery of the singing kettle had led them to mysteries far greater and far darker than any simple household annoyance could suggest. And as Watson finally climbed the stairs to his bedroom, he understood that the true puzzle, the genuine mystery that would now occupy Holmes's brilliant mind, was only just beginning to unfold. The kettle would cool in the morning light, its purpose fulfilled and transformed, and in the streets below, London was beginning to wake, unaware that within one particular household on Baker Street, the threads of a complex crime were being gathered, examined, and prepared to be unravelled. The puzzle was not solved, it was, in many ways, only now truly being understood. And the morning promised to bring revelations that would illuminate not merely the theft in Belgravia, but the intricate machinations of an enemy who had revealed themselves through the very complexity and elegance of their scheme. Holmes did not sleep. Instead, he sat by the window as the sun rose, the kettle visible on the mantelpiece, behind him, catching the first light of the new day. And in his brilliant mind, the pieces were still moving, still aligning, still revealing the terrible and beautiful complexity of a puzzle that had begun with a simple whistle and would end, inevitably, with the exposure of truths that someone had gone to great lengths to conceal. The morning came, as mornings do, with the promise of new revelations and the certainty that the mystery of the singing kettle had led them down a path they had not anticipated, into territories they had not expected to explore. But that perhaps was the true genius of the scheme, to force an opponent to look inward before they could look outward, to make them vulnerable through emotion before striking at them through logic. The kettle, silent now, sat as a monument to both the beauty of human connection and the terrible ways in which such connections could be exploited by those who understood them well enough to use them as weapons. The morning had fully broken over London by the time Holmes and Watson arrived in Belgrave Square. The fog that had dominated the previous evening had lifted somewhat, though a grey pallor still clung to the streets, and the buildings of the wealthy district seemed to emerge from the mist like monuments to a more solid, more certain world than the one that had existed the night before. Mrs. Eleanor Thornbury's residence stood among these buildings, a 4-storey mansion of pale stone, with tall windows that reflected the pale winter light, and a brass knocker on the door that spoke of meticulous care and attention to detail. Holmes approached the door with the air of a man who had resolved a complicated puzzle and was now moving toward its inevitable conclusion. Watson followed, noting that his friend's expression carried a peculiar mixture of satisfaction and something more troubling, a kind of weariness, as if the act of unravelling the larger picture had cost him something beyond the mere expenditure of intellectual energy. The door was answered by a butler of advanced years, whose expression suggested that the arrival of Sherlock Holmes at this particular residence, at this particular hour, was not entirely unexpected. Holmes presented his card with the casual confidence of a man whose reputation preceded him, and within moments they were being shown into a drawing-room of considerable elegance and restraint. Mrs. Eleanor Thornbury herself emerged within minutes. She was a woman of middle age, dressed with the understated elegance that spoke of inherited wealth rather than newly acquired prosperity. But it was her eyes that drew and held attention, eyes that held intelligence and a particular quality of sadness that suggested she had witnessed or experienced something that had altered her understanding of the world. "Mr. Holmes," she said, extending her hand with the natural grace of someone accustomed to social interaction, conducted on her own terms, "I confess that I did not expect to see you again, particularly at this hour and with such apparent purpose. Has there been some development regarding the theft?" "There has been a development indeed," Holmes replied, accepting her hand briefly before settling himself into one of the elegant chairs that furnished the drawing-room. "Though not precisely the development that you might have anticipated. I wonder if I might ask you several questions regarding your previous employment of a certain housemaid, and regarding your subsequent awareness of that maid's activities following her departure from your service." Mrs. Thornbury's expression shifted slightly, not with surprise, precisely, but with a kind of resigned understanding, as if she had been waiting for this moment and was unsure whether to welcome it or to dread it. "I think," she said slowly, "that we should speak frankly, Mr. Holmes, particularly since I have a suspicion that you may have already determined more regarding this matter than I am comfortable knowing you have determined." "Sit," Holmes instructed gently, and Mrs. Thornbury complied, settling herself into a chair opposite them both with the careful movements of someone managing a complex internal emotional landscape. "And tell me what you know of the theft, not as it was reported to the authorities, or as it was presented to me, but as you have come to understand it in the weeks that have passed since the necklace disappeared." A long silence stretched between them. Outside the windows, the grey London morning continued its slow progression toward afternoon. A servant could be heard moving somewhere in the depths of the house, but the drawing-room itself was an island of quiet isolation. "The necklace was not stolen," Mrs. Thornbury said at last, her voice carrying the weight of a confession long held and now finally released. "Or rather, it was stolen, but not in the manner that was reported. The thief did not break into this house, or overcome the household security measures through any conventional means. The necklace was taken by someone to whom I had given it voluntarily." Watson found himself leaning forward, his interest intensifying as the nature of the mystery began to shift and transform. Holmes, however, merely nodded, as if this revelation confirmed something he had already suspected. "The housemaid," Holmes said. It was not a question. "The housemaid," Mrs. Thornbury confirmed, "though she is far more than that designation suggests. She's the daughter of a man with whom I became acquainted some years ago, a man who has since become entangled with certain criminal enterprises, though he himself maintains a veneer of respectability through various business endeavours. When he learned that I possessed the necklace, a piece that had belonged to his mother decades ago, he became obsessed with obtaining it. He made various requests, offers, even veiled threats. But I refused. The necklace held sentimental value for me, and I saw no reason to surrender it to a man whose character had deteriorated so thoroughly. So he sent his daughter," Holmes observed, "to work in your household, to gain your trust, and ultimately to convince you to surrender the necklace through means both emotional and manipulative." "Yes," Mrs. Thornbury replied, "and I was foolish enough to allow it to work. The girl was clever. She formed a genuine relationship with me, or at least one that seemed genuine. She confided in me about her family's financial difficulties, about her father's questionable associations, and the damage they were causing to her mother and younger siblings. Over the course of several months, she slowly convinced me that returning the necklace to her father would resolve these difficulties, would allow him to settle certain debts, and to begin to reform his life." "And you believed her," Watson said, understanding the human tragedy that underlay the criminal act. "I wanted to believe her," Mrs. Thornbury corrected. "That is the more accurate assessment. I wanted to believe that the necklace, which was merely an object, could do some good in the world, that by surrendering it, I could prevent suffering, so I gave it to her, and she, in turn, delivered it to her father, and he, I have since learned, used it not to settle honest debts, but to finance certain illegal transactions that would never have occurred had he not possessed it." Holmes rose from his chair and moved to the window, looking out into Belgrave Square with the expression of a man contemplating the infinite complexity of human motivation and consequence. "You have suffered for this act," Holmes observed, "not merely through the loss of the necklace, but through the knowledge that your attempt to do good resulted in facilitating harm. That is a particular species of guilt that is rarely discussed in polite society, Mrs. Thornbury, but it is no less destructive than guilt arising from more intentional wrongdoing." "It is indeed," Mrs. Thornbury agreed quietly, "and I have spent the week since the necklace's disappearance wondering whether I should have reported the entire situation to the authorities, and if so, what consequences such a report might have had for the girl and her mother." "The girl knew, I presume, what her father intended to do with the necklace?" Holmes asked, his back still to the room, his posture suggesting he was asking these questions more for the sake of clarity than from any genuine uncertainty regarding the answer. "I believe so, yes," Mrs. Thornbury replied, though she attempted to maintain some plausible deniability regarding her knowledge of his intentions. "But she is intelligent enough to have suspected at minimum, and if she suspected and proceeded anyway, then she has her own portion of guilt to carry." Holmes turned back into the room, and his expression was one of profound complexity. Neither judgment nor sympathy, but something approaching compassion mixed with clarity. "Here is what I believe to have occurred," Holmes said, moving back to his seat. "The girl, acting on her father's instructions, was placed in your household to assess not merely your willingness to surrender the necklace, but to gather information about other households of similar standing, other individuals of similar position. She learned your routines, your connections, your vulnerabilities, and in particular she learned that you possessed objects of sentimental value that might be exploited or leveraged for criminal purposes." "But that is precisely what I wish to prevent," Mrs. Thornbury protested. "I gave her the necklace to avoid precisely such exploitation." "And in doing so, you demonstrated the effectiveness of the strategy," Holmes replied gently. "You taught her father that emotional manipulation combined with patient social infiltration could accomplish what conventional theft could not, and that knowledge has been, I suspect, the foundation for subsequent plans of criminal enterprise." He paused, allowing this realization to settle upon Mrs. Thornbury's consciousness. "The girl," Holmes continued, "came to my household shortly after leaving yours. She was placed there to gather information about my habits, my methods, my vulnerabilities, and specifically, she was instructed to observe objects of sentimental significance that might be leveraged against me. She discovered through Mrs. Hudson's unwary recollections the existence of a kettle that had belonged to my mother. She was instructed to damage this kettle in a particular manner so that it would eventually draw my attention and force me to focus my intellectual faculties inward rather than outward." "But why?" Watson asked. though he was beginning to understand the implications. "Why would he care about diverting your attention?" "Because," Holmes replied, turning his gaze upon Mrs. Thornbury, "your gentleman of questionable character has been planning further endeavours that would be significantly complicated if I were in full possession of my faculties and able to devote my complete attention to investigation. By forcing me into a state of emotional preoccupation, he hoped to gain time and space in which to conduct his business." Mrs. Thornbury's face had grown increasingly pale as Holmes spoke. "Then my surrender of the necklace was not merely about that single object," she said quietly. "It was the opening move in a larger strategy." "It was indeed," Holmes confirmed, "and it was a strategy that was executed with considerable intelligence and patience. But it was also a strategy that contained within it the seeds of its own exposure. You see, the girl who worked in your household and who subsequently worked in mine is not an inherently dishonest person. She's a young woman caught between duty to her father and recognition of the moral implications of his requests. So she left a path for us to follow. She ensured that the kettle was damaged in a manner that was unmistakable, that suggested deliberate action rather than accident. She knew that I would eventually notice, would eventually investigate, and would eventually arrive at the truth." "She did this intentionally?" Mrs. Thornbury asked, her expression shifting from resignation to something approaching hope. "I believe so," Holmes said, "though I cannot prove it, and though she herself might vehemently deny such intention if confronted with it. But I believe that she was troubled by her father's manipulation and sought to find a way to expose it without directly betraying him, a compromise between filial duty and moral conscience." Holmes rose once more and moved to the window, his posture suggesting that the active investigation was concluding and that a different kind of resolution was beginning. "Here is what I propose," he said, addressing both Mrs. Thornbury and, implicitly, the larger situation. "The necklace will be recovered. Your gentleman of questionable character will be approached by individuals within the criminal underworld who owe me favours and who would take considerable interest in ensuring that he is made aware of the consequences of attempting to manipulate Sherlock Holmes. He will, I suspect, come to understand that possession of the necklace is considerably less valuable than swift restitution and the cultivation of peace." "And the girl?" Mrs. Thornbury asked. "What will become of her?" "That," Holmes replied, "depends entirely on what you wish to become of her. She is not, in my assessment, a criminal. She is a young woman of some intelligence and capability, who was placed in an impossible position and attempted to navigate it as best she could. You have the power to decide whether she faces legal consequences for her role in the theft, or whether you might be inclined toward a more merciful resolution." Watson watched as the weight of this decision settled upon Mrs. Thornbury's shoulders. He could see in her face the battle between her desire for justice and her compassion for the circumstances that had led the girl to commit the act in question. "If she were to leave London," Mrs. Thornbury said slowly, "if she were to establish herself elsewhere, with sufficient resources to begin again, away from her father's influence, would that constitute a satisfactory resolution from your perspective?" "It would," Holmes replied, "particularly if the necklace was simultaneously returned, and her father made aware, through whatever means proved most effective, that he has been singularly unsuccessful in his attempt to manipulate both you and myself. Justice, Mrs. Thornbury, comes in many forms. Sometimes it is the satisfaction of legal proceedings and public exposure, and sometimes it is the satisfaction of having turned someone's own strategy against them, of having emerged from the attempt at manipulation not merely unscathed, but informed and prepared for future complications." Over the following hours, the practical arrangements were made. Messages were sent, negotiations were conducted through intermediaries, and certain individuals within the criminal underworld were contacted and made aware that a particular gentleman of questionable character would be well advised to reconsider his recent endeavours. By evening, the necklace had been recovered, delivered to Mrs. Thornbury's residence by a messenger who refused to disclose his employer's identity. The girl, whose name was Margaret, as Watson learned, was provided with a letter of recommendation, modest financial resources, and the quiet suggestion that a position in a household in Edinburgh might prove considerably more conducive to her well-being and future prospects than remaining in London. She accepted these offerings with an expression that suggested both gratitude and profound sadness, understanding that her family was being left behind, but also understanding that this was the price of her compliance with her father's schemes. As Holmes and Watson rode back toward Baker Street in their hansom cab, the evening light had begun its descent toward darkness, and the fog was rising once more from the streets and the Thames. The case had concluded. The various threads had been gathered and examined and either tied off or woven into new patterns of understanding. And yet, Watson mused as they approached familiar streets, Mrs. Thornbury still carries the guilt of her original decision to surrender the necklace. She has recovered the object, but she cannot recover the knowledge that her act of mercy was weaponized against her. True, Holmes acknowledged, but perhaps that is not entirely a negative thing. Perhaps it is valuable to understand that even our most carefully considered and well-intentioned actions can have consequences beyond our anticipation or control. It teaches humility, Watson. It teaches the recognition that we are all connected to one another through threads of causality and consequence that we rarely fully understand. They rode in silence for a time, the wheels of the cab creating a rhythmic pattern against the cobblestones. When Holmes spoke again, his voice carried a reflective quality that suggested he was processing not merely the external events of the case, but also the internal implications it held for him personally. "My mother left me a kettle," Holmes said quietly. "She left it with the hope that it would maintain a connection between us, that it would carry memory and meaning across the distance that circumstance had created between us. And instead, that kettle became an instrument through which an enemy attempted to weaken me. That is the irony, Watson. That is the terrible irony of this entire affair." "And yet," Watson replied, "you have seen through the manipulation. You have understood the true nature of the scheme. Surely that demonstrates the strength of your intellect, the power of your observational faculties." "Yes," Holmes agreed. "But it also demonstrates the complexity of the human heart, the ways in which love and manipulation can become intertwined, the manner in which personal connection and professional vulnerability are impossible to entirely separate. My mother wished to connect with me through an object. An enemy wished to manipulate me through that same object, and in the end, both the connection and the manipulation were equally real, equally powerful." They had reached Baker Street now, and the familiar townhouse came into view, its windows glowing warmly in the gathering darkness. The kettle, presumably, remained on the mantelpiece of the sitting room, waiting for them, silent now but no longer mysterious. It had delivered its message, multiple messages, layered upon one another like the strata of geological time. As Holmes and Watson climbed the stairs to their rooms, there was a sense of conclusion, but also, somehow, of incompleteness. The mystery of the singing kettle had been solved, yes, but the deeper mysteries of motivation and consequence, of how we love and are manipulated through love, of how our most intimate objects and memories can be transformed by the intentions of others, these mysteries remained profound and unknowable. Mrs. Hudson greeted them with warm tea and the quiet competence that had characterized her service over so many years, and as they settled into their chairs before the renewed fire, Holmes found his eyes returning again and again to the kettle on the mantelpiece. It was simply an object now, its function understood, its mystery resolved into the mechanics of physics and the machinations of criminal enterprise. But it was also something more, a symbol of the strange intersection between personal and professional, between love and manipulation, between the ordinary world of domestic objects and the complex underworld of crime and consequence. It stood as a monument to both the beauty and the danger of human connection, and to the terrible wisdom that comes from understanding how such connections can be exploited and weaponized. The evening deepened, and the fog pressed once more against the windows of 221B Baker Street. The kettle sat silent on its mantelpiece, its song finished, its purpose served, its message delivered and understood. But in the sitting room where Watson and Holmes kept their vigil, the implications of what that message had conveyed continued to unfold, suggesting that the mystery of the singing kettle was not truly complete, but was rather entering a new phase, one in which understanding had replaced curiosity and acceptance had begun to replace the search for explanation. The case was closed, but the wound it had opened, the recognition of how much Holmes had overlooked in his own life, how much connection and meaning had become distant through his own choices and preoccupations, that wound remained open, requiring time and attention, and perhaps a kind of grace that could not be accomplished through deduction or logic alone. A week had passed since Holmes and Watson's return from Belgrave Square, a week in which London had settled more deeply into winter, in which the fog had become a permanent fixture of the landscape, and in which the ordinary rhythms of life at 221B Baker Street had reasserted themselves with the quiet persistence of things that have learned to endure across the passage of years and seasons. The kettle remained on the mantelpiece in the sitting room, precisely where Holmes had positioned it, following his conversation with Mrs. Hudson. No longer hidden in the kitchen, no longer functional as a tool for daily use, it had been transformed instead into something that occupied a peculiar space between the domestic and the symbolic, between the ordinary and the profound. It was afternoon when Holmes returned to the sitting room with his violin. The light falling through the windows was thin and pale, filtered through layers of fog that seemed almost to have become part of the architecture of the city itself. Watson was occupied with his correspondence, his pen moving steadily across paper as he attended to the various communications that accumulated when one lived in association with a man as universally known as Sherlock Holmes. The fire had been recently rebuilt by Mrs. Hudson, and it burned with a steady, companionable warmth that seemed to invite rather than disturb the quiet of the room. Holmes settled into his chair, violin tucked beneath his chin, the bow held with the familiar precision that had characterized his playing for so many years. But this time there was something different in his posture. Where previously his violin practice had often carried the quality of distraction or restlessness, a mind too active for the constraints of the body to contain, there was now something approaching intention. This was not the violin of a man attempting to distract himself from thought, but rather the instrument of a man who had chosen this moment for a specific purpose. He began with the same piece he had attempted a week ago, the Mendelssohn, that had been interrupted by the mysterious whistling sound that had set all subsequent events in motion. But this time, there was a particular quality to his playing. The notes were softer, more contemplative, and they seemed to invite the listener into a space of profound quietude and introspection. The melody moved through the room like something living, something that had awareness and intention of its own. Watson looked up from his correspondence, drawn by the quality of the music. He had heard Holmes play this piece countless times over the years of their association, but something about this particular performance was different. There was a gentleness to it, a kind of acceptance that had not been present before. It was as if Holmes, through the language of music, was attempting to communicate something that could not be adequately expressed through words alone. The melody continued, building gradually toward its central theme, and then, exactly as it had a week ago, there came another sound, the thin, reedy whistle of air escaping through an imperfect seal. But this time, rather than being a disruption, rather than being an intrusion into something deliberately peaceful, the sound seemed almost to be part of the composition itself. Mrs. Hudson had begun using the kettle again. She had approached Holmes with some difficulty a few days after the case's conclusion, asking whether she might resume her ordinary kitchen routines, which had been somewhat disrupted by the kettle's removal to the sitting room and subsequent elevation into an object of contemplation rather than utility. Holmes had nodded his assent, and so the kettle had been returned to the kitchen, where it resumed its function of heating water and preparing tea, exactly as it had done for so many years. But this time, when it was used, the sound it made was no longer strange or disturbing. Instead, it had become familiar, a part of the ordinary symphony of 221B Baker Street, a voice among the many voices that constituted the household's daily existence. Watson listened as Holmes's violin melody continued, and as the whistle of the kettle underlay it, a duet between the instrument Holmes had mastered and the object his mother had left behind. There was something profoundly moving about the combination, something that suggested a reconciliation between past and present, between personal and professional, between the brilliant man of logic and observation, and the deeply human being who had learned, finally, the value of attention paid to what mattered most. The music continued for some time, the two sounds weaving together in ways that seemed almost choreographed, though Holmes was surely not coordinating with Mrs. Hudson's kettleful of boiling water, and yet the effect was one of perfect harmony, the deliberate creation of a man who had learned to see beauty not merely in the solving of mysteries, but in the moments that lay between mysteries, in the quiet spaces where life continued its ordinary work. When the melody finally concluded, the whistle of the kettle gradually faded as the water cooled, and the air ceased its escape through the imperfect seal of the damaged lid. The sitting room settled into silence once more, but it was a silence filled with presence rather than emptiness, a silence that contained memory and understanding and acceptance. "That was quite lovely," Watson observed, setting down his pen and giving Holmes his full attention. "There is something different in your playing today." "Is there?" Holmes replied, setting down his violin and moving to gaze out the window into the fog-wrapped street below. "Perhaps you are correct. I find that I am beginning to understand something that I've spent most of my life resisting." "And what is that?" Watson asked, recognizing in his friend's voice a quality of genuine philosophy rather than the performative intellectualism that often characterized Holmes's more profound observations. "That meaning and purpose are not confined to the solving of mysteries," Holmes said quietly. "That there is a kind of logic to the ordinary, a kind of order to the domestic and the personal that is no less worthy of attention than the most complex criminal enterprise. My mother, I think, understood this. She attempted to tell me through the kettle, through the daily use of an object, through the integration of memory into the fabric of ordinary life, rather than through any formal communication or direct statement." He turned back into the room, and Watson could see in his friend's expression a kind of peace that had not been present before. Not the peace of resolution following a case, but rather a deeper peace that came from the acceptance of something about oneself that had been previously resisted. "I have spent my life observing," Holmes continued, settling back into his chair. "I have trained myself to notice what others overlook, to see connections where others see only chaos. And yet, in doing so, I have managed to overlook the most important observation of all, that the people we love do not require grand gestures or dramatic declarations. They require attention. They require the simple acknowledgement that they matter, that their presence in our lives has meaning and value." Watson found himself profoundly moved by this admission. It was rare, perhaps unprecedented, to hear Holmes speak with such directness about the emotional content of his own life, and the fact that he was doing so now, in the aftermath of the Kettle mystery's resolution, suggested that he had learned something fundamental through the experience. "Your mother understood you," Watson observed. "That is evident in the way she chose to leave the kettle. She did not require that you speak of your feelings or acknowledge your love in any formal manner. She simply left an object that would continue its work, that would carry her presence forward through time, that would be part of the house even in her absence." "Yes," Holmes agreed. "And I have been studying the kettle these past days, not as a mystery to be solved, but as an object in itself, examining the dents and marks that indicate its long years of use, observing the way the handle has worn smooth through countless grasps, the way the spout has been polished by attention and care. These are not merely the marks of time passing, they are the marks of someone caring for an object, of someone valuing it enough to maintain it and use it regularly. That is a form of love, Watson. That is how my mother expressed her love, through the continuation of use, through the integration of her presence into the daily life of this household." Over the following days, a subtle shift occurred in the rhythms of 221B Baker Street. The kettle remained on the stove in the kitchen, where it had always properly belonged, but its presence was no longer invisible or unremarked. Holmes would sometimes stand in the kitchen doorway, simply observing Mrs. Hudson as she moved about her work, using the kettle as she had used it for so many years, and occasionally, when the kettle whistled, that thin, reedy sound that had begun the entire mystery, Holmes would pause wherever he was in the house and listen, as if the sound were a kind of greeting or a moment of connection with someone long absent. A new case arrived, as new cases always did. A telegram from Scotland Yard, a frantic client ascending the stairs with a problem that required solution. Holmes threw himself into the investigation with his customary brilliance and intensity. But something had changed in the manner of his engagement with these cases. Where previously his entire being had been consumed by the intellectual puzzle, now there was a kind of balance, a recognition that the puzzle was important, yes, but that there were other things also worthy of attention. In the evenings, when cases were concluded or paused in their investigation, Holmes would sometimes take down his violin and play. And when the kettle whistled in the kitchen below, for Mrs. Hudson's evening preparations had become as regular as the rising and setting of the sun, the two sounds would create their accidental duet, and Holmes would not stop playing, but rather would incorporate the whistling into his consciousness, allowing it to become part of the music rather than an interruption to it. Watson observed this transformation with the quiet satisfaction of a man who had long suspected that his friend possessed depths beyond the intellectual, and who had been waiting with patience for those depths to reveal themselves. The cases continued to be solved with Holmes's characteristic brilliance. But now, when they were solved, Holmes did not retreat entirely into the satisfaction of having solved them. Instead, he would sometimes pause and reflect on the human elements, the suffering that had preceded the crime, the consequences that would follow the resolution, the ways in which justice and mercy had to be balanced in ways that pure logic could never entirely determine. One evening, nearly a month after the Kettle mystery's initial appearance, Watson found himself alone in the sitting room with Holmes. A case had concluded that afternoon, justice had been served, and now there was that peculiar emptiness that always followed the resolution of a complex puzzle. The fire burned low, and the fog pressed against the windows with the persistence of something that had become permanent and unchanging. "I have been thinking about something," Holmes said, breaking the companionable silence, "about the nature of the mystery that the Kettle presented, and about how it differs from the ordinary cases that occupy my time." "What do you mean?" Watson asked, setting down his book to give Holmes his full attention. "In the ordinary case," Holmes explained, "there is a question that demands answering. Crime has been committed, and justice requires that the perpetrator be identified and appropriate consequences applied. The solution to such a case is final. It concludes, and the matter is resolved. But the mystery of the Kettle was not like that. The mystery did not have a conclusion that permitted me to set the matter aside and move on to the next puzzle." He rose and moved to the mantelpiece, where a small photograph had been placed, one that Watson recognised as belonging to Holmes's past, though he had never been told its identity. The mystery of the Kettle led not to conclusion, but to commencement. It began a process of remembering, of acknowledging, of integrating into my present life something that had been deliberately relegated to my past, and that process, I think, will not truly conclude. It will continue in various forms and manifestations for the remainder of my life. "Is that a source of disturbance to you?" Watson asked carefully. "No," Holmes replied, and his voice carried a quality of certainty that suggested he had already resolved this question within himself. "It is, on the contrary, a source of something approaching contentment. For I have spent so much of my life focused on the ending of things, the conclusion of cases, the apprehension of criminals, the bringing of disorder into order. But this mystery has taught me something about beginnings, about the ways in which events that seem to conclude are merely transitions into new phases of understanding." He returned to his chair and settled himself with a kind of deliberateness that suggested he had thought through what he wished to communicate and had determined to do so with precision. "My mother left me a kettle," Holmes said. "She left it not with the expectation that it would solve a particular problem or answer a specific question. She left knowing that one day circumstances might force me to attend to it, to remember her, to acknowledge that connection does not require grand gestures or formal declarations, and she was correct. The kettle has done more than fulfill its function as a vessel for heating water. It has become a bridge across time and circumstance, a means by which love continues to operate even after death has separated the parties involved." Watson found himself moved to tears, though he attempted to conceal this fact behind the pretence of retrieving his handkerchief. "Your mother would be pleased," he said quietly, "to know that her gift has had such an effect." "Yes," Holmes agreed, "I think she would. And that thought itself is valuable, Watson. That thought of my mother's satisfaction with what has transpired. That is a form of peace that I did not anticipate seeking, and yet which I find myself increasingly valuing." As the evening progressed toward night, and as the fog deepened around Baker Street, Holmes and Watson sat in companionable silence. The kettle in the kitchen below remained silent, its work for the day concluded, its message delivered across the years in the form of a mysterious whistling sound that had transformed itself, ultimately, into something far more significant and far more enduring than any ordinary case could ever be. The mystery of the singing kettle had led Holmes on a journey that was not entirely a journey of discovery, but rather a journey of recovery. The recovery of something he had deliberately set aside, the recovery of a connection that had been allowed to become distant, the recovery of a capacity for feeling that his brilliant mind had attempted to subordinate to the demands of logic and observation. And in the quiet of that evening, as Watson and Holmes sat before the fire in their familiar chairs, with the fog pressing against the windows and the city beyond settling into its nocturnal rhythms, there was a sense of something having been restored. Not entirely, not completely, but sufficiently to suggest that the mysterious sound that had so disrupted the peace of an ordinary December afternoon had, in the end, brought a kind of peace that was far more profound than anything that had preceded it. The kettle would whistle again, as kettles do. It would heat water for tea, as it had done for so many years. But now, when it whistled, it would not be merely the sound of physics and accident, of expanding metal and cooling air. It would be something more. A voice from the past speaking into the present, a reminder that we carry those we love not merely in our conscious memory, but in the objects we touch, the spaces we inhabit, the routines we observe. And Sherlock Holmes, the man who had devoted his life to the observation of the external world, had finally learned to observe something equally important, the ways in which the internal world of feeling and memory could be honoured, valued, and integrated into the brilliant machinery of his mind without diminishing that brilliance, but rather enhancing it with a kind of wisdom that pure logic alone could never achieve. The case was closed. The mystery was solved. But in the solving, something deeper had been touched, something that would continue to unfold across the years to come, in the quiet moments between cases, in the spaces where the ordinary and the extraordinary intersected, in the recognition that the most profound mysteries are often those that concern not the external world, but the internal landscape of the human heart. As the clock on the mantelpiece marked the hours of the night, and as the fog swirled through the streets of London like a living thing, the kettle sat silent and cool in the kitchen below. But it was no longer truly silent. It carried within it the echo of its whistle, the memory of the mystery it had initiated, and the knowledge that even the simplest objects, when they are invested with love and attention, can become vehicles through which the deepest truths of human existence are conveyed across time and circumstance, across death and distance, connecting past and present in ways that defy logic, but make perfect sense to the heart. The mystery of the singing kettle had concluded, but in the conclusion, something far greater had begun. The integration of mystery into the fabric of ordinary life, the recognition that observation encompasses not merely the external world but the internal depths, the understanding that brilliance without compassion is merely a kind of beautiful emptiness, and that the greatest deductions are often those we make about ourselves, in the quiet moments when we finally learn to truly listen to what the world has been trying to tell us all along. And in 221B Baker Street, in the sitting room where a brilliant man had learned finally to be human, the fire burned on through the winter night, warming the space where memory and present dwelt together in a kind of peace that transcended the solving of mysteries and approached something far closer to the meaning of home. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the silver glow of Vancouver, the warm night air of Mexico City, the ocean hush of Phuket, or the timeless calm of Vienna? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the quiet of the night wrap around you. Let your dreams wander gently into the stars. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.